of the workshop on research and data analysis. Hope you have a wonderful session yesterday and you got an insight into the nitty-gritty of the research design, the hypothesis, and the objective formulation. Now, today's session is focused on the data interpretation and data analysis through the Excel. Our resource person for the session today is Ms. Bhumika. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning, everyone. So today we are going to see the hands-on Excel. So basically, I think that you all know about the Excel, what it is and how it is used. And first of all, we will see that what Excel basically looks like, how the data is being entered, and what are the all formulas and functions that we can use and have many things do analysis and everything with the Excel. Okay. So let me share the screen. Okay. So this is the data. Basically, now I will not tell you how to type and how to enter the data in the Excel. We will see when we will move to the real-time data, that how we can get the real-time data from the web pages or websites. We can see that after a break or something. But for now, let's see that how these all things will work and how these all blank columns will work for us and how we can fill it with the help of formulas and the functions. Okay, so this data is basically about an organization which we have the dates, which is for the 2 months, July and August. You can see that dates are from July and August. There are 2 sales representatives, Ben and Jacob. There are 2 sales representatives, Ben and Jacob. They are doing the night shift or the day shift. Like they can be, the 2 sales representatives can be night or day. There are 2 shifts. Then the cost price is being given, selling price is being given for the product. Now, if we have to find the profit, profit percent, commission, and weekdays, etc., we can apply the formula. Before going to the formula, let's see what are these known as. This one rectangular box in which our data is written, like in this cell in which the Ben is written, this is the cell. If I select, these are the cells. This is a cell in which the Jacob is written. And the address of the cell in the Excel is being done by, firstly, we know that horizontally, if we say horizontally means if I select this is the row. If I have selected this number 2, this is the row number. I have selected row 2. If I select this B, then this we will say it is a column. B is the column here, and these numbers that are being represented are the number of rows in the Excel. When I say the address or the cell reference, if I say I have to calculate the cell reference of this cell that I have selected this night, the cell reference will be, first we will say the column number, that is C, and then we will say 4. That means the cell reference or the cell address for any cell in the Excel is being referred by first the column and then the row number. So that means this cell will have the cell address or cell reference as C4. If I say any other cell like this, 714.58, the reference for this cell will be D9. So these are the cell references, or you can say the cell address. I hope this is clear to you. Now, the next thing that is being said is that when we have to go from this cell, and if I select all these cells in this row, if I have selected all these cells in this column, we have address will be given as it is being selected from A1 to A10. It will be A1 colon A. Then if I have known that it was A9, then this selection or this one will be known as A1 to A9. If I will select the more numbers, like if I select this is from A1, that is A1, colon, again the column number of the selection, which is C, and I can say it is 9. So if I see, this will be A1 to C9. This is the selection for this A1 to C9. This is how we represent the selection or the reference of the many cells when we have. It will be separated by colon, not anything else. I hope this is being clear to you. Again, I am telling the cell number is being, or cell address, or you can say the cell reference is being represented by first the column number, that is A, and then the selection of the row, that is 2. So this address will be A2. These are being used in the formulas and functions. That is why I am telling you this, and this is necessary to have a look on this, that how we can say which cell we are referring to or which cell we are addressing to. Okay. Now, next is that when we use the formulas, we should know that what this is all about. You can see in this that this fx, where I am writing, this fx is being represented the formula or the value of that cell. For example, if I click on this Jacob, then in the formula bar, you can see that this is Jacob written. That means in this cell, Jacob is being filled. But if I put any formulas, which we will learn now, if I put any formulas in that, it will give us that formula in this. So basically this fx, which we can see, this is the insert function. So in the Excel, we can insert many things with the help of formulas and functions. Like if I have to calculate the sum, average, profit, anything we can do with the formulas and the functions. So let's move on to, this is the cell reference. You can see over here, this is the name box, the cell name. I have selected Jacob, and this is written as E3, which is the column and the cell, row number. Okay. Now moving on to the next step, which is, if we see these things in the bar, formulas, data, review, view, help, these all will help to know us that what we are doing. In the file, we have all the options related to save, open, save as, and everything. In the home option, we have all the formatting categories in which we have font, alignment, numbers formatting, the styles, the cell formatting, or anything related to the editing, or like sort and filter and find and select. In insert option, we have all the options related to the insert thing, which means this will have the tables, the illustrations, add-ins, charts, all the spark lines, filters, links. This will help us to see whether we want to convert this into a pivot table or any other table. We will have to have any charts or something, whether we want to have spark lines, whether we want to have any filters like slicer. When we do the dashboard, we use these slicers and these filters. These are all the links if we want to insert some links in that. This is data sheet. So all these things are used. Then we have the page layout. In the page layout section, we have all the things related to the page, which are all the like print, scale to fit, page setup, themes, and arrange. Then the next, which is necessary or the important, is the formula bar. These all are the formula which you can get from here. Like all the formulas can't be remembered by you. So you can go to this formula bar and see all the functions. Like this is the auto sum. This is the recently used. If you have used any recent formulas, these all are the formulas related to the financial things. If you are doing any financial analysis or financial things, this is all about the logics like and, if, logical analysis. This is about the text when you are doing or having any formulas and functions related to the text. Then this is according to the date and time. Then this is lookup. This is math and trigger, and all about all the functions that you can find here. You can go to that function. For example, if in logical or if in financial, I go to any function, let's say, if I go to function, okay, from recently used, let's say this is a very normal function sum. So when you click on that function, this dialog box will appear. So this will help you apply all the functions very easily. Like in this, it will also explain you what you have to do. In the number one, you have to put the number one that you want to have the sum of. In the number two, you will have the number two that you want to sum with. So all these things can be done through this. Then we have the view bar. In the view, we have all the things related to the view. Like if we see in the window, in the Windows thing, we have new window, we have arrange all, freeze panes. Now freeze panes will help us to know that whether we are doing things with the, you might have seen that when we scroll up, just give me a second. When we scroll up, all the things will move upward like this. This is like it is going upward. But if I want that this first row in which date, sales representative, shift, and cost price is written, then I will freeze this pane. With the help of this, we can freeze the top row, which will help us that if we scroll down even, then also these, the first row is not moving, and we can see that at the end, that is the date, that is the sales representative, that is the day, then cost price, all things are being written here. So this will help to freeze the things and see whether we can scroll down and watch and look after that which heading represents which thing. Now next is the split. It will split our screen or our window into 2-3 parts, which will help us to do the calculations and everything easier and look at the data very easily. Then is the switch windows and macros. Macros will be in the higher that thing that will record our what we do in the Excel, that will record our things, and then it will help to analyze and do the things later on, so that it will, if we add anything in that data, it will automatically give the result with the help of the macros. We do not have to apply again and again that formula. So let's start with the very first thing, which is, if we look at the data, if we do anything with the Microsoft or Word, Excel, we firstly pay attention towards the formatting. Like in this cell, I can say this is the date. These are the dates. If I want the dates do not look like this, I want the days with it, or I want something else for the date to be here. So what can I do? I will select this cell. You can just go above, and this arrow you can see. You can select the cell or the row, then go to the home bar, and then in the home you can see the numbers. So this is the number formatting. You can see in the number formatting, what we will do, in the number formatting, we can see that there are many things which we are getting. This is the general. If we apply the general setting in the dates, that will appear to be as a simple number, because in Excel, the dates have some codes related to it. So if we write any number and go to the date formatting, it will change that according to that date. So when we go to this date, when we select the date, we can see there are many formattings that we can do in the date. Like suppose if I want it with the day, I can select this and then put OK. This is hashtag is being appearing because it is saying that your data, your text in this cell is longer than the width of the cell. So you have to increase the width to fit the data in that. So this is how your dates now is appearing. We have formatted it with the help of, you are going to select it, then going to the home. Just a minute, I'm admitting the to the home, and then the number formatting. All the formatting of the numbers you can see here. These are the number formattings that you can do: the time, date, accounting, currency. So for the date, we have gone to the date formatting, and then we have selected this formatting. We can select any other also if we want the year first, then the date, then the month, and then date. We can select this, we can select this, we can select any, and then press OK. Then all the dates will be changed according to this formatting. Okay. Now coming to next thing, this is about the persons Ben Jacob. We can also organize this data. This is basically organizing the data, which will help us to know what are we doing with the data. Like here it is Ben Jacob. But if I want the Ben data to be above and then the Jacob data, we can sort it down with the help of sort and filter option. I'll show you it. I'll show to you it a bit later. Firstly, let's see what we can do with this cost price column, which is the column D. With the cost price column, we have the numbers and the decimal points. So for this, we can also apply formatting in two ways. Okay, there is a one shortcut to open the number formatting. You will just select this and then you will go to press Ctrl+1 together, which will open the number formatting dialog box. If I press Ctrl+1 together, it will open the dialog box for the number formatting. As you can see, I have pressed the Ctrl+1 to open the number formatting dialog box. It will have the other formattings as well: alignment, font, border, fill, protection. But we want the number formatting. So in this formatting or organization, what we can do, we can just apply whether we can have the decimal removal here. Like you can say that the cost price here is 1112.94, but we do not want to deal with the decimals. What if we just want that we will have the approximate price of the product? So what we can do, we can go to the formatting, the number. In the number, we can see that we will have these decimal places here. These decimal places here, we can move to 0. If we move to 0, you can see in this drop down menu, you can see all the negative, all the decimals have been removed from it. So if I apply it to 0, it will directly approximate or estimate our numbers without decimal. So if I now apply with the decimal places 0 here, it will remove all the decimals and have estimated all the numbers. But the formatting, this is all about the formatting. This will not change the value inside your cell. Like you can see that if I click on this Friday, 1st July 2022, if I click on this, I can see it as the day the 1st July has been written and the year has been written. But if I click on it in the formula bar or in the bar in which we can see the value, you can see the value is still the same, which is 1/7/2022. Also, if I click on this cost price, which is 1113, if I click on this cost price, which is 1113, you can see it as 1113, but the actual value is 1112.94. So this is all about the format. Are seeing it, but it is not changing the actual values in the cell. What does that mean? It will help us to see our data very easily, like we can estimate it to 1113. But when we use these values in the formulas, it will not change the value of that. It will not estimate the value of that. In the formula, if we add all the cost prices, it will still take into account this 1112.94 only. But the way you can see, it is for the presentation purpose only. I hope this is being understood to you, that all the presentations, all the formattings are only to make data look good and to make data look very presentable, without decimals, without any confusions. So this is all about it. There are many other formattings in the number formatting. Like now again, if I select this and press Ctrl+1, the formatting dialog box will open. In this formatting dialog box, we have the accounting as well. To add the symbol in the cost price, to know that this is a price in dollars or in rupees, you can just add the symbol. Like if I add the symbol rupees here, it will add all the rupees symbol in this. But again, when you are applying the formula or the function, if in a cell there is a text and you are applying the formula of the numbers, like sum, average, percentage or anything, then it will not be counted if it has text in it. So for this purpose, we use the formattings so that we can know that this is in rupees also, but the actual value is only 112.94. Will not change. This is all about the presentations and the formattings. Okay. Again, if I say I select it, press Ctrl+1, then the other formattings are also here, like the custom formatting, text formatting, scientific, fractions, percentage, time, date. All these formattings are here. In the custom formatting, we can have our own formula to change the formatting. We can apply our own formula, whether we want it in 4 digits, all the digits should look like 4 digits, all the digits should look like 3 digits or something. So we can apply that also with the help of the custom formatting. Like if in this, if I apply 0, 0, 0, 0, if I apply 0, 0, 0, 0 and select these data, what will happen is, you can see from here that in custom formatting, if I am applying and writing only 4 zeros, then all the data in this will be converted in 4-digit numbers. Like you can see here that one of the cost price is 8882. One of the cost price is 8882. So if I apply the formatting like this, it will change our data to 08882. It has changed our digits in the 4 digits. All the digits are 4, so it is looking more presentable and more, yes, more presentable. Okay, now I'm undoing it so that you can have. Also edit this selling price and format this selling price. Remove all the points, all the decimals, add rupees, dollars, have all the digits as only 4 digits, 5 digits and everything. If I apply in the selling price, I'll press Ctrl+1, go to the accounting, have 0 decimal places and the symbol of rupees here. Rupee symbol is here, all the decimal places are 0, then press OK. We have got this. Okay, there are more formulas in the custom formatting which we can see with the real-time data, that how we can do that. But for this, it is all the formatting that we can do with the accounting, with the financials and with everything else. Okay. So this is the formatting purpose. Second thing that we can have is the organizing data, means sorting also, highlighting also. There is conditional formatting also, which you can find here. There are the font. We all are aware of the font, whether we want to have a bigger size, whether we want to convert it into any other font type, which is Times New Roman, Calibri or anything else, whether we want to have the text color as red, black, we can change that, we can fill the colors. Okay, if I say you that you have to highlight all the cost price above 1000 or below 1000, let's see, as red. If we want to have all the cost price below 1000 as red, so that we can know that this cost price is less than 1000 by just looking at the data simply. Like we do not need to scroll and find out which is less than 1000. How we can do? There is an option that firstly you will go there, select this 1000, that below 1000 like 8882, go to home and then fill color in it with red. This is the one thing you can do. Then go to another number and fill color as red. Or you can select the cells by pressing Ctrl and then fill all the with red. But instead of doing this, we have the conditional formatting for that. The conditional formatting helps us to highlight the cells rules with these things, which is greater than, less than, between, equal to, text that contains a date occurring, duplicate values, and there are more rules for that. So if in this, I have to highlight the data, so I will just select the row, go to home and conditional formatting, highlight cells rules less than the value is 1000. You can see that it has all converted into red now. You can also change the color from this. You have filled the format cells that are less than 1000. And then you can fill the color, any other color if you want. Like if I want light red with dark red text. It has also changed the color of the text. So these are the things that we can do. You can just press OK and you can see all the prices less than 1000 has been highlighted with yellow with just a single click. Similarly, for the selling price, you will go to home, the conditional formatting. Now, suppose I want to have between values. So it will be the larger value should be, format cells, the lower value should be between 1000 and between 2000. I want to color all the values, or you can say between 1000 and 1200 only. With any other color, let's say green fill. Now press OK. Now you can see all the values between 1000 and 1200 has been highlighted with green here. So this is the conditional formatting that you can apply. The conditional formatting also gives you many other things. Like if I go to conditional formatting, it gives you the icon sets, which you can apply for any of the things. Like if I select the cost price, let's say I have selected the cost price, gone to conditional formatting, and then let's see the icon sets I want to apply is this icon sets. So these are the icon sets that have been applied in this. This means the gray is for if you want to change the values for it, you can go to icon sets, more rules. In the more rules, you can make your own rule. Always remember in Excel, in custom formatting, in conditional formatting, you can make your own rule to format that numbers or the text. So if I say this is a selector rule type, format all cells based on their values. So icon sets I have applied. The format style is I want the icon sets. If I want the flags in this, the green flag, yellow flag, and red flag. So green flag will appear when the value is greater than or equal to, let's say 1500 or let's say 1200. The yellow flag will appear for the values that are smaller than, let's say, apply in this when value is less than 1200, and red flag will appear. This is the not percentage, this is the number type that we are taking, the 1200 and 1200, because our data is not in percentage. This is what when it will be the data is less than or equal to 1200, then we will apply this, then we will press OK, and this is the icon that you have got. These all are the icons that you have got here. So this is how you can change the icons or add the icons in the data set. And if you want to remove the conditional formatting, you have to clear the rules. You have to go to home, the conditional formatting, and then from there you have to clear rules from entire sheet. If you want to remove it from entire sheet, or if you want to remove it from a particular selection, that right now I have selected the cost price. So if I want to remove it from the cost price column only, then I can clear it from the selected sheet or the selected cells. So it has removed all the formatting from the cost price column. This is how the conditional formatting works. Next thing in organizing data that is very important is the sort and filter. Let's remove all the conditional formatting first. The conditional formatting will go to the home. Under styles, we have conditional formatting, the clear rules from entire sheet. So it has removed all the conditional formatting from entire sheet. Now you can see that this column was blank, or it might be deleted from me. So if I type any value in this, like if I type 1000 in it, it will automatically come with the custom formatting, because this whole column is being selected as that custom formatting only. Okay, this is how the formatting is done. Now going to the sorting and filtering the things, that also comes under organizing the data. You can zoom in, zoom out to see all the things. For example, let's see, I have already told you that we have Ben Jacob here. Let's put here the 2nd July first. This is Ben Jacob here. If I want that all the things, whether it is night shift, whether it is day shift, will come upward for the Ben and then for the Jacob. So there are many ways you can do this. You will select this column. You can either select any of the row, any of the value in that column, go to sort, right click and go to sort. What I have done is, you can click anywhere in the column, any value, go right click and then go to sort. In sort, you have sort A to Z. This will sort all the numbers from all the alphabets from A to Z, which means if I do it with A to Z, it will give us Ben above and Jacob below. But there is one thing that you will be facing here, is that if I sort this down, all the values, all the things related to Ben will come above, and all the Jacob will be grouped together below the Ben. But these dates will also get shuffled down. These dates will also get shuffled down. So if I do not want it to be happen, or if it does not matter that whether the date is shuffling down or not, then you can just ignore it and just put it aside or delete that column also. But if it is that you want it monthly or you want it date wise, then you cannot do this with the sort function, because all these dates will also get shuffled. Let's say if I click here, let's do that. Go to then right click, go to sort, and I have sorted it with A to Z. All the Ben entries has come above, and all these Jacob entries have gone down. But with this, our all dates has been shuffled, like the 1st July, 4th July, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, like this. So what we can do, we can just delete. And yes, to delete, you cannot just select it and press delete on your keyboard. For the delete option, you have to go to home tab, and for delete the column, you will go to delete option in the home tab under the cells. Under the cells in the home tab, you will select the delete and delete cells. It will delete all the cells or the column of your selected region. Okay, so we have deleted the dates right now. Now let's see, all the Ben entries have come above, all the Jacob entries has gone down. What if now I want to see that night shift for Ben is grouped together and day shift for Ben is also grouped together. Here we can see that for Ben, this is the night shift. For Ben, this is the night shift. For Ben, this is the day shift, then night, then day, night, day. This is like looking a very, we cannot understand, or we cannot, it is not very presentable that night, night, day, night, day. So what we can do, we can select all our data. We can select all our data like this and then go to home, or you can also right click, go to home, and under this option, under editing, we have sort and filter option. Like if I go to home, sort and filter option is here. In this option, by this also you can have your sorting done. There we have the custom sort. Or you can also have it by right clicking and in the sort options, like here in the sort options, you have the custom sort option. You can also do it with the right click, or you can also do it with the home option. So going to home, sort and filter, custom sort. Now this custom sort will help us to do the sorting in many different levels. Like if I want the columns to be sorted, in the column, if I sort by sales representatives, I will tick mark this checkbox, which is this, my data has headers. This tick mark because my data has the headers. My data has the headings, which is sales representatives, cost price, selling price, and all. So I will tick checkbox. Then I will sort by sales representative. You can see the columns heading here. If I want the sales representative to be sorted, the cell values I have to sort and sort it in the manner, let's say now do it Z to A. And I press OK. So now the Jacob has come above and Ben has gone down. Now, what if I want that the shifts has been also changed? For this, I'll go to custom sort. In this, we can add many levels to sort it down. I will first sort it by sales representative, then go to add level. By adding level, it will first sort by sales representative, then it will sort by any other thing that we can take, which is then we will take the shift. How the shift we want to be converted, first we want the day, then we want the night. So we will do it with the help of A to Z and press OK. So you can say under Jacob, all the day shift has come above, then all the night shifts, then for Ben, all the day, and then for Ben, all the night. This is how we have organized our data, like sales representative and then day, night, and all. Then again, if we want under this only, for Jacob, 4-day shifts, right? It is that according to sales representative, first we will sort down the sales representatives, then we will sort down the shifts, day, night, and then we will sort down the cost price, like increasing to decreasing or decreasing to increasing. What it will give us, how it will be done, it will be, first it will be done for the Jacob, all the day shift. For the all day shifts, it will keep our data in ascending or descending order. Then for all the night shift, if it will keep our data in ascending and descending. Let's select all the data and let's see what we can do with that. We have selected the data. Go to the Home tab. Then sort and filter, custom sort, and then again add one level in this. We just want this level to be upward. Then we will again sort it with the help of the cost price. For cost price, we want the smallest to largest, or you can have largest to smallest. So press OK. This has happened because we have first changed. In custom sort, you can see that we have first sorted by sales representatives, then by cost price, and then by shift. But if we want first by shift, you can keep it as shift first. Then by cost price, you can keep it cost price here and then press OK. So it will give you a data like this. This looks a little bit organized and sorted, that all the Jacob day values have been sorted in ascending order, and then all the Jacob night values have been sorted in ascending order. Then all the Ben day values have been sorted in ascending order, and then all the Ben day values have been sorted in ascending order. This is the sorting and organizing the data with the help of sorting the data. We can also sort the data for other purposes. Let me repeat this first. For sorting the data, either you can go to any of the cell in the data, go to sort. You can first go to any of the item in your data, right click, go to sort option, custom sort, or you can also have any other sorting option. For custom sort, you will go there, you can add many levels. If you want to delete any of the level, you can delete all the levels and then press OK. The levels have been deleted, but your data will be sorted because it has been done already at the back of the Excel. It will not unsort your data. You cannot unsort your data. Keep that in mind. If I'm doing this in this file, I cannot unsort it with the help of Control Z or anything, because Control Z always undo our data. But for sorting, it cannot be done. Either you have to close the file and do not save that for not saving that sorting purpose, or else you cannot unsort it. Okay, so now all the sortings have been done. Once again, the sorting is go to the cell, right click, sort. You can either sort A to Z, Z to A, or custom sort. Or what you can do, you can just go to Home. In the Home tab, you have Editing. Under Editing, you have Sort and Filter. You can apply Custom Sort. For this, you will sort and add the levels. So first, let's say I have sorted it with the help of sales representative. You can also sort according to the cell colors. Now, suppose I have this data in which if I will highlight the data, if I apply the conditional formatting that I have done in the cost price, go to the Home, go to the Styles, then under conditional formatting, let's do highlight cells rules less than 1000. less than 1000. Okay, it will not give us that value because we already have put our data in ascending or descending order. So let's say that we are having another type of formatting. Go to home, conditional formatting. Let's say we are having the icon sets and more rules. In the icon sets, we will have more rules. Under more rules, we can have our own icons. So let's say that for this, I want our icon to be green, yellow, and red. So display, this is the value that we want. This is in the numbers. So let's say the value is greater than or equal to 1000. And let's say in this, I'm applying the value less than 1000. Then it will be, let's say 900. And then above that, it will be red. And apply this formatting. It has converted this into these things. Already, because our numbers are being formatted, let's apply this to the selling price. Go to home, conditional formatting, highlight cells rule, less than, let's say 900 with bright red color. So you can see that these are the below 900, all are red. So for these purpose, we can also sort all the red colors above. How you can do? You can again go to home, sort and filter, custom sort. Under custom sort, you will sort by the sales price, that is the selling price. Then you have to have the cell color. The cell color will change it. You want the red cell color to be on the top, or you can select on bottom. Suppose I want it to be on the top, so I'll press OK. And this is the cell color have appeared at the top. All the red colors, suppose I say that this is like a selling price, which is very dangerous for our company or organization. So we want to see that which person or which shift is having a selling price below this. So we have applied this the sorting option, which has given us all the red on the above. Is it fine? Now, if I change any of the other values here, like 800, it will also be red. Now, the sorting has not been done in this because we have to apply sorting again and again, which will be useful to not do it again with the help of macros. If we do with the help of macros, it will be easy that if we change any of the value, it will automatically be according to that formatting. This is about the sorting and the organizing the data and the numbers in the Excel. Let me revise it again. Under the Home tab, we have all the organizing and formatting functions, in which we have font, alignment, the number formatting. For the formatting, we can also press Ctrl+1, which will open our dialog box for the formatting function. For this formatting, we can have many things, like we can format the numbers, we can format the date, time, percentage, fractions, we can format the scientific numbers, we can format the text, we can format. This spatial is not for the Indian context, this spatial is for the US or countries outside the India, because this is all according to that. For our country, it is very normal. This custom is done with the many other formulas. For this, you can see, like I have told you, for digits, like if you want the 5-digit number, you can just put here 5 zeros and all the numbers will be in 5-digit. If you have any 6-digit number and you put the 4 zeros, it will not convert that number into 4 because that will not be logical or accurate according to mathematics. You cannot change a 4-digit number to 3-digit, but you can change a 3-digit number to a 4-digit number by applying 0 before the number. So this is how the Excel also works. This is all about the currency, number, accounting, date, time, percentage. If you have any time in your data sheet, you can change that. With this formatting, you want PM, AM, you want the simple time, you want it with the seconds or anything. Then you have the percentage. If anything is in percentage, you can convert that. When we do the functions, we will have there as profit and profit percentage. Then we will again see what all we can do with the percentage and the number formattings. This is all the number formatting. Then in the home tab only, we have the conditional formatting, cell styles, format as tables. Under conditional formatting, we have many things that we can do. We can clear rules, we can manage rule, we can have new rule. We can create our new rule also here. Let's see how new rule formula. We will create our own formula to determine which cells to format. Then here we can put our formula. For example, if I want anything, okay, when we'll do the formulas and functions, then I'll let you know this because this is about formula and functions. Then again in the home tab, we have the sorting option, which organizes our data in a very good and presentable manner like we have done in this. So this is all about organizing the numbers and data. In the number formatting, we can also organize our data related to the commas. Like if I have this number here, so you can see that you want to use the thousand separator or not. If you do not want to use the thousand separator, like commas na, so you can uncheck this and then you can see that the commas have been removed from this. Okay. If you want the rupees, you can have it from the accounting options. This is all about the organizing. We can do it with the help of formattings. We can do it with the help of sorting options. When we do the many other things like formulas and functions, then again we will do the organizing. We can organize the table again. And in that, you can again see what all things are being done in this. So let's just take a 5 minutes break. And then after break, we will see the functions and formulas that are being applied in the Excel and how we can have the formulas and functions for our Excel sheet and how we can apply the formulas. Let's take a 5 minutes break. And if you want to ask anything, you can just post it in the chat so that we can know that whether you have anything to ask or anything to say. Okay. Let's meet after 5 minutes. It's 11:26. Let's meet at 11:31 or 32. Okay. So again, welcome you all after a quick short break. Have you all, I think, you might have opened the worksheet in your Excel. So first of all, now everyone you can open your Excel sheets in your table in your laptops so that it will be easy for you to access to it and understand it better. For your reference, I have not saved the previous sheet so that we can have many things in this as well for the dates and everything. So I have not saved that sheet for my reference. Now again, we have the cost price, selling price as it is. We can change it with the help of the custom formatting and remove all the decimal points and all things. Okay, this is how I have done the custom formatting in a very easy way. I have also changed the sorting options by not saving it. So now let's see what we can have in the formulas and functions. In this session or in this 1 hour, we will see the formulas and functions, how we can apply it. A very first thing for the formula is that it is the formula bar, which you can see at the very top where this fx is written, and you can see the formula bar insert function. This is the formula bar in which if you type anything in your cell, it will get represented in this address bar or in this formula bar. Okay, so formula or function. The difference is that formula is the thing that we will apply ourselves. Like if I say multiplication, if I apply, or if I say the addition, if I am writing it with myself only, then it will be a formula. If I'm using any of the functions which is being given in this, which is a sum function, average function, you can say median function, count function, that is the function. So if we talk about formulas or functions, always remember that it starts with is equal to sign. The formula or the function always starts with is equal to sign. You will always have these equal to sign before writing any formula or a function. So we'll first write the is equal to sign. Then if I say about the formula, let's say we are having here the heading as profit. And now for the Excel, the formulas and functions, you might be aware of normal mathematical or accounting things, that what is the meaning of that thing basically. Like if I am saying the profit, then you should know that the profit is actually the selling price minus the cost price. This is a normal mathematical concept, or you can say the accounting concept. So you should have knowledge related to the common or the general concepts of maths and accounting to do these things so that you can apply that. In the profit, if I say about the formula, it will be is equal to bracket, it will be bracket minus this cell. Whenever I am typing is equal to here, you can see that if I am here, it is in the edit mode. At the bottom left corner of the Excel, in the very bottom left of the Excel, it is written edit. When I type is equal to bracket open, select this, it has come to point. That means it is pointing a cell. You are writing any formula or anything in this cell. So you have selected this selling price and you have to minus the cost price from it. You can just close the bracket and enter. You have got this dollar. Okay, this actually this formatting is basically was in dollars, so we can change this in by going to Control 1, currency or accounting, in which we can have rupees with any of the symbols you can see. So now you can see here that our number was in like proper estimated numbers. If we subtract it with the help of our pens or manually, it will be a proper number. Then why it is coming in decimals? Because the actual number in the cell is in the decimal only. This is the formatting that we have done. Okay. So this is the formula that we have added or we have applied in this. Now this formula, either you can just copy and write again is equals to bracket open this minus this bracket close and then enter. All the thing that you can do is you will see at the very right bottom of this cell, the first cell. You can see the formula here also in the formula bar, it is E2 minus D2. So if you go to this cell 175, at the very right bottom corner, you will see this plus sign. And if you will double click this plus sign, this will automatically fill all the values beside each other till your data ends. You can also drag it down. You can also drag it down, like go to this and you can drag it down like this. But instead of this, if you want to fill it at the very end of the data, you can just go to this plus sign and double click, which will fill all the values till the end of your column. So this is the formula or the function that we have applied. Now you can again customize it, format it with your whatever you are comfortable with. We will see that also, profit in profit, what we can have formatting to have our data very visible and very presentable. This is the profit we have calculated. Now let's see if I have I have told you that we have the formulas or the functions bar inside our tab also, which is this formula. You can use it with the financial. We can see that if we have the profit function here or not. We do not have any function related to profit, so we can just apply it like it will be minus. We have the minus function with us. Like if I write it this column only, it will be is equals to minus. The minus was there. This will be minimum. Okay, we have the subtract function. This is the substitute I am subtract. This will return the difference of two complex numbers. If you have any confusion in any of the functions or the formulas, you can just write, suppose if I write the AVE, average, you can go to that average and see what it is returning to us. It will return the average, that is the arithmetic mean of its arguments, which can be numbers or names, arrays or references that contains numbers. So if I have the difference, or you can say the subtract function, so it is IM sub, you will double click it and then select the number 1, which is this, then comma this. This is the function that we have applied. The previous one was the formula, which is being starting with the is equal to only and then bracket and then minus, multiply, divide. But in the functions, you are selecting it within the Excel and then the bracket will open and all the things will be separated by the comma. This is the basic difference between the formula and the function. If I show you both, this is the, okay, let me write the formula here. This is the formula. You can see this is the function and this is the formula. This is the formula which you have made yourself, minus, multiplying, divide. This is the function which is in the Excel and you are just keeping it with the help of the commas. Both are giving you the same result, but the basic difference is this formula and function. Now this is the profit. Let's see the very basic functions that we have in the Excel is, let me write it here, which are the sum, the average, the median. You can also have sum, average, median, count. Then we have the mode. Then we have, you can have minimum function, minimum value. You can have the maximum value. You can have the large. You can have the small. You can have the sum if. You can have the average if. So these are the like common functions. The sum is basically at all the values. If I have to have the sum of the profit, the total profit earned by this firm, I'll just apply is equals to sum. Select this sum. We can have number 1, number 2, like you will like number 1, comma, number 2 can do like this. Or what we can do is directly select whole column. That is the profit column. How? You will just go there at the very first value. This will give you the reference of the cell as F2. Then Control Shift down. With the help of Control Shift down, you can select all whole column of your data in which your data is written. And as you can see, this is being separated by the column. Then bracket close and enter. So this is the total profit this firm is earning. If I want to have the average, it will be is equals to, you will select average. Now suppose there is a function for which you are confused ki isme ye, what is this average? This is the function. This is telling you what you have to now write. This is number 1, number 2, and for these you can have all the cell selection. You can go to FX. After writing this here, you can go to FX and click FX. This will open your dialog box. I am again telling you that for this, you can just write is equals to average. Select average. Then you can go to this FX, which will open your dat function dialog box. And it will tell you what you have to fill in these columns. This is the returns the average. What this function do is, it returns the average. And the number 1, you have to put the number 1, number 2 are 1 to 255 numeric arguments. In the number 2 again, this is the number 2. You can see what you have to put in the number 2. So you can have a whole reference here, or you can just add one number by clicking it here, 1 number, 2 number, 3 number, or you can just have whole reference as we have done in the sum. So again, I'd go to profit, control shift down. Control shift down helps you to select that column. Now again, press enter and it will give you the average profit of that firm. It will give you the average profit of that firm. And again, for the median, we have is equals to median, select median, then again number 1, number 2, control shift down, and then enter. It has given you the median of the profit. Now is equals to count. What does count do? Count will give us the number of cells in that column or in your data which are being filled with the numbers. So if I say the count function here, you can see count, and if I open the dialog box, it will give you that it counts the number of cells in a range that contain numbers. So it will basically give you the number of cells in that range. It can be your whole data, it can be a one column. That how many cells in your range has the numbers. So I'll select the count. This will be again value 1, control shift down, and then enter. So in R, there are 87 cells. If I in the profit remove this function, so it will be 86 now. If I again put it, it will be 87. Again put it, it will be this. Okay. This is the count function. There is one more function which is count A. If I write here count A. What does count A does? You can go to FX. Count A will give you the number of cells in a range that are not empty. Now the count function will give you only the number of cells having the numbers in it. But count A will also tell you the cells which have also text in it. Matlab wo cell blank nahi hai that has any of the text or any of the number in that. If I apply OK, sorry, I have not selected anything. Let me first select the thing. Let me first select the selling price, control shift down and press enter. Count A has given you the 88. There are 88 cells in this. Now, why if I change this number to any text, let's say BH, then also the number is same. But if in this 87, if I change this value to H, it will not give us that value. Dekho, ye, all these numbers have changed because I have change these values in text. So in formula, the text is not considered. So let us first just remove all these things. It will, let's do 1000. Let's do this as okay. This is how the count and the count A function works. Now the mode, as I told you that you should have the knowledge about the maths, accountings and stats. So the mode is the highest frequency, the number of times a number is repeating many times. For example, if I have this 1 here, this 2 here, this 3 here, 4 here, again 4 here. So here 4 is repeating 2 times. Maximum number of times 4 is repeating. So the mode will be 2. I'm not going to the mode of the data because might be there is no mode in that. If I say, if the mode, first of all, the function is equals to mode multi, you will select the numbers and enter. It is 4. If I change it here to 3, why this is not applicable? Because there is no number that is being repeating more than 1 time. In this data, there is no number that is being repeated more than 1 time. That is why the mode is not applicable. If I change this number to 2, then it will return you 2, because here 2 is repeating 2 times. If I change it to 1, it will give you 1. So if the data is all different, there are no numbers repeating, it will give you the mode as not applicable. Let's see if in our data we have any mode or not. Let's apply mode multi. Then select the numbers. Let's see from the selling price, Control Shift down and enter. So we have no mode, no one selling price is not repeating. So that is why it is not applicable. Okay. The minimum. Minimum will give you the minimum, that is the smallest value. Minimum will give you the smallest value. Now, what is the difference between the minimum and the small function? Minimum and the small function. The small function will give you the value which is kth small. That means if I say I want to have the third smallest value, it can give it, you can get it with the help of the small, but with the help of the mean, you can only have the smallest value. Like if I apply it here and write any of the numbers, let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 34, okay, any of the numbers, and apply the minimum function, which is equals to min, and select this range. Okay, the minimum is 1. Now, if I want the second smallest number, I will apply the function of small. Select the range now. In this function, if you know that function, you can just apply from here only. But if you do not know about that function, you can go to fx bar, which will open the dialog box. You can go to array. Array is a range of numerical data for which you want to determine the kth smallest value. So array is basically the range in which you want the kth smallest value. The k, if I click on this k bar, it is the position from the smallest in the array or range of the value to return. This means this k is, if I want the second smallest value, I will just write 2 here. If I want the third smallest value, I will just write 3 here, and you can see with this, the result is being shown in here as well as 23. If I apply 2, the result is 2. If I apply 4, the result is 34. So let's say the third smallest number in this data is the 23. This is the difference between the minimum and the small. Minimum will give you the smallest value in your data, and small will give you the any of the value that you want. It can be smallest, it can be second small, it can be third smallest, it can be fourth smallest, It can be any. Similarly, for maximum, it will give you the highest value, the maximum value. I'll select maximum, this, and enter. And if I want the second largest, let's say second largest. So large, that is the array that you have to do, array, then comma. Always remember, until and unless you put the comma, your variable will not change. Applying comma will change the variable, and if you want the second largest, you will just apply the second largest, which is the 34 here. This is the maximum, minimum, large and small difference. Minimum will give you the smallest, the very smallest value. Maximum will give you the very largest value, the first largest. Large can give you the any largest. It can be second largest, third largest, fourth largest. Small can give you the second smallest, third smallest, any of the smallest number. Okay. Now coming to the sum if. We have done the sum function in which we have added all the profit of the organization. Now, if I apply the sum if function, I will go to is equals to. Always remember, the formula or function will only get start with is equals to. If I write without is equals to, nothing will come. But if I start with writing is equals to, this will come, the sum if. The sum if function, you can again go to fx and see what does this mean. The sum if function is the function that adds the cell specified by a given condition or criteria. For example, the manager says to you that he only wants the sum of the profit, the total profit for the items or the products whose profit is above, let's say here we have in this, whose profit is above 110. If your manager comes and says, tell me the total profit of the items which is having the profit above 110. So here you will select the range. Your range will be that you have to add the profit, Control Shift down, then your criteria. For the range, you are having the range which is saying that what you have to add. You want the total profit. You want the total profit. That is why you are adding the profit column. Now your criteria is the condition. Criteria is the condition. It can be in the form of number, expression, or text. Suppose if your manager says that he wants the profit of Jacob only, that how much profit Jacob has given to the firm. If he says that he wants the profit of Jacob only, so it will be, you will go to the criteria and you can select the Jacob here. This Jacob is lying in the column, the sales representatives. So in the range, it will be the criteria range. In the criteria, it will be Jacob. In the sum range, you want the profit to be added. So now you will add the profit and click OK. So it has given you the profit. You can write it here, total profit of Jacob. This is the total profit of Jacob only. How we have done? If I want the total, let's say total profit of Ben. What can I do? I'll select sum if the range is where the Jacob or the Ben, that is your criteria, that is your condition is present. It is in the B column. So from this control shift down, you have selected this range, then comma, it will be then comma, then it has come to criteria. It will get bold, that what you have to now enter. Now you have to enter Ben. You can just select any of the column. Let's say Ben. So you want it for the Ben. Then again comma. Then you want the profit to be added. If you want selling price, cost price, you can select that. But I want the total profit. So just control shift down and enter. So this is the profit earned by only Ben. This is how the sum if work. We have some ifs. If I want the total profit of Ben at night shift only. If I want it at night shift only, what will I do is equals to sum if S. Sum if S. Sum if S का मतलब है, it means you can apply more than one condition in your function. You can apply more than one condition in your function. That is why sum if S is used. So firstly, now in sum if S, it is asking for the sum range, which is this profit. So we have selected the range, then comma, then the criteria range 1, which is this column B, because this is our criteria range 1 that we have to apply the condition as Ben. So control shift down as Ben, then again comma, then criteria 1. Criteria 1 is your Ben. Then again comma, you do not need to go to that cell again and again in which you are writing the formula to add the things. You can just put comma, and from there you can see that it is now asking criteria range 2. So it will be your shift. Control shift down, and then again comma, you want it for the night shift, then comma. Okay, now we have only 2 criteria, so no need of comma. You can just close the bracket and put enter. So this is the total profit of Ben at night. You can also see it from the help of dialog box. Sum if S. Go to function dialog box. This is your sum range, which is the profit. You can also click on this button, that is the up arrow, so that it will get minimized here so that you can select the things easily. Control shift down. Your criteria range 1 is column B, which is control shift down. Then your criteria is Ben. Then your criteria range 2 is the shift. You want it in the night shift. Then your criteria 2 is night. Then you can just press OK, and you can see that it has given you the total profit of Ben at night. So you can use anything, whether the dialog box or the directly from here. If you are comfortable to doing it by separating it through commas, you can do it by that also. So these all are the functions. The many very general functions are this. Now we have similarly, as we have done the sum if, we have average if. For average if, we have is equals to average, and then we can apply the conditions and the criterias, and we have average ifs. We can have more than one criteria in that. So if any of you have opened your Excel and doing it with me, you can practice it down. I'm giving you like 5 minutes to do it. And if you have anything to ask, you can post it in the chat. Just practice all these functions. You can also practice average if s. You can also practice any other thing that you want. And if you have any doubt in any of the function, you can ask. There are many more functions which we will see after the 5 minutes. So we'll meet at 12:15 now. Hello everyone, welcome again. Let me just share the screen. So these are the functions that we have done. There are many more functions that we have that are, just a second, I'm admitting the students in waiting room. Okay. So we have many more functions, like we have the if function, we have the COUNTIF function, we have the VLOOKUP function. All these functions are also useful for the very big data. The if function allows you to do many things. Let's see what an if function can do. If I go to started with the is equal to, and it starts writing if. The if function will give you the actual value of that, and you can do many things in the if function. If I go to fx for the if function, it is basically the logical. Like if I see in the formulas, the if function you will get under the logical tab. Under the logical functions, you can find the if function. So it checks the condition is met or not. And if that condition is met and you have asked to have something under that, it will do that if it is true, and it will not do that if it is false. So suppose if I want to have a logical test, like if I want to have if function is equals to if, I have a condition on the logical test as the profit, this value. Okay, before going to if function, let's see what are the referencing. With referencing, what we mean? Referencing refers to, I told you, the cell address. We know the cell address, that it is being denoted by the cell address is being denoted by first the column, let's say C, and then the row C2. The referencing means what we are referring to. There are three types of referencing that we have. First is the relative referencing, then is the absolute referencing, and then is the mixed referencing. So if I'm saying here the referencing, when we have done this profit formula, this profit we have calculated with the help of relative referencing, in which we have done that if we scroll it down, you can see when I am on this 112.94, the reference or the address for this is E2 to D2. Or if I go to 174, the address is E4 minus D4. If I go to 178, the address changes to E5 to D5. That means when we are moving down, we are dragging the things, it is changing the address also. This is the relative referencing. If we want to fix something, like if I have to calculate the commission here, if I have to calculate the commission here, and I say that for each profit, we have 2% of commission. We have 2% of commission, which means it is 0.02. The commission that we will give to Jacob or Ben is 0.02. So how much commission will he earn for this profit? How much commission will he earn for this profit? This is all we have to calculate by this. There are two ways you can do it. You can go to is equals to bracket, then the commission is profit, multiply it, which is the asterisk sign, 0.02. And then bracket close. This is the commission that he will get. You can convert it into that without percentage. We will see to that. And you can just drag it down and see that this is the commission he is getting for this profit. This is in percentage. We can convert it into normal numbers by going to the number formatting and put it in general. So this is like 2 rupees, 3 rupees, and all this commission for these profit. Now, if I do not want to write 0.02, or if I change, if later on I realize that the commission should be 3% or 5%. Now what I have to do? I have to change it again here by 0.02 to 0.05 and this. But all these values have remained same because I have not dragged it down. I have to drag it down for these values. But what is the use of it? Because I again have to come if I think that 0.03 should be there. So for this, we will do the absolute or the referencing. We will fix this cell. How we can do this is equals to this. Before this, we will have a bracket. Multiply it with this. We have fixed this value. Not yet we have fixed. If I do this, we have got this as the commission. But if I drag it down, what is this? This is a 0.00. Why is this so? Because this is basically, we can see from the formula bar that this formula is basically F3, which is this 155 into I2, and there is nothing in I2. So the value is coming as 0. So for this purpose, what we can do is we can do the absolute referencing here. We can fix the cell here by applying the dollar sign. If I have applied the dollar sign to both column and the row, that is I column and one row, we have done the absolute referencing. We have fixed the cell. So now if I drag it down, it will be commission, and I can change the formatting to numbers or the currency as I want. These are the commissions he is getting. Now, if I change here and I think that it should be 5%, all the values will change automatically. If I think that it should be 10%, all the values will get changed automatically. This is the use of the referencing, and this is how we have also calculated the commission of any number. You can say 0.3, that is 30% commission. This is how the absolute referencing work. And then third, we have the mixed referencing, which is we are either fixing the row, we are having dollar sign either before the column or the row. This is the reference. So if I talk about here the profit percent now, as I told you that you should have some knowledge about the mathematics. So in this, we will apply the formula The profit percent is basically profit divided by the CP, that is the selling price. Profit divided by, sorry, the cost price. Profit divided by the cost price. You can just calculate this. Why it is F2 divided. Okay, let's see whether we can have it for other numbers. Just a minute. And then also we can have multiplied by 100. This is giving you the profit percentage. All this is the profit percentage. You can have it in the percentage. If you want, you can just have it in the percentage. Or you can have it in the normal numbers. So you can have the general numbers as well. Okay. If you have multiplied with 100, so you should not convert it into percentage. If you have not done it into the 100, like if you have not done it into the 100, then you can just say that it is percentage. It is the 10%. It is the 10%. It is coming as minus because this is the loss for that person. This is loss because this is minus here. So this is the profit percentage. This is how we have calculated each and everything for this data sheet. Now we can also have the number formatting. Suppose we want it all the cost price, selling price and profit to be in currencies. We can just go to one, accounting, in rupees, decimal places to 0, and then okay. So we have just got all the numbers in. These two numbers are not done because this is the function we have applied is equals to this minus this. Okay. So this is how we can do it very presentably. We can sort it down as well. We can do anything. We can also convert commissions without the decimals, which will be control 1 number. The decimal should be 0 and okay. So this is the commission that they are getting. Okay, I think this is all clear. Now coming to other functions, let me just give you a quick review of what we have done. We have calculated profit with the help of this function, this formula E2 minus D2. We have calculated profit percentage with profit divided by cost price into 100. We have calculated commission with the help of F2, that is profit, multiplied by absolute referencing we have applied. This we can change to without decimal. Okay, this is what we have done. We can also apply another things. We can sort it down. We can do anything. Now coming to the custom formatting, if we do the custom formatting in this, in these numbers, we can have, you can just select Control Shift down and then side arrow. It will select all your data. Or you can go to this and select all the data. Now, if I do the custom formatting by having it to all the numbers to the same digit, I can just go to custom formatting I can just go to custom formatting and apply here the rule as 0000, and all the digits are being converted into same digits. But it looks like very fine with the rupees and everything. So we are not converting it into anything. Now, if I say that you have to highlight, now that you know the formulas and functions. So if I say you have to highlight the whole row, in the conditional formatting, we have seen that how to highlight the cells. In conditional formatting, we have seen how to highlight the cells. If I want to highlight the whole row, then I will use a formula which will again start with is equals to, and in this formula we will have, just wait, let me tell you one more thing about this formula. You will start from, you will not choose the headers in this. You will not choose the headers in while applying the conditional formatting formula. So now we will go to home, conditional formatting, new rule, and use a formula is equals to, and you want to highlight the profit, the person or the shift that has earned the profit less than 80, you can say. So we will just select this profit cell here, which is F2. It should be less than 80. What we have to format? We have to give it a fill with a, let's say, red color. Okay, and then okay, I'm sorry. Have I selected all things? Let's just do with the this only. So it will be home, conditional formatting, new rule, use a formula is equals to, I'll select the profit column. I'll remove the dollar from 2. Then it should be less than 80. Format red, okay, and then okay. So you can see all the rows with less than 80 has been highlighted. I have not selected the whole data. It must have been done in beside this also. And for this data, it is like this. This is -113, this is 67, this is 61, all less than 8. This is how the conditional formatting has been done for the new formula. Okay. Now let's see. I was telling you about the if function. The if function, if I want this is the if function. If I want that when the profit is above 100, then the profit is above 100, I'm writing it here, the statement. If profit is above 100, then you want to sum it, then sum it. You also use it with the help of sum if, or you can also do it with the help of if, or you can say just normal. If the profit is above 100, then it should be written that it is a good product or very good performance, otherwise bad performance. So it is saying that if the profit is above 100, then good, otherwise bad. So I'll start with the if function. The logical test. The logical test is what you have to see. You have to see the profit. So we'll go here, Control Shift down. This is the logical test. It's no, this is not the range. It is basically that if this profit is above, which is above 100, if this profit is above 100, comma, value if true, अगर ये value true है, if this value is true, if this logical test, which is F2 is greater than 100 is true, then it will give us good. It will be in double inverted commas always. All the text in the Excel will be in double inverted commas. Otherwise, it will be bad. So this is the if formula we have stated, then bracket close and then enter. So this is bad. Now you can just drag it down and you can say good, 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 bad, good, everything. This is the if formula. We can have any other things also in this. The things can be, if it is more than 100, then you want to sum. If it is more than 100, then you will give more commission to them. If the question is, that if profit is above 100, then commission will be 30%, otherwise it will be 10%. Okay, this is the condition that you want to apply here. So it will be, let me wrap it up. So this condition will be, if I write it down, the formula for this will be is equals to if, we'll start applying if. The logical test is if profit is above 100. So again, this cell is above 100, comma. If it is true, then you have to give them commission. That means commission will be on profit. Then it will be this profit multiplied with 30%. That means 0.3. And if it is not true, then you will multiply this profit with 10% only, that is 0.1. How this formula is working, this is actually saying that if the profit is above 100, if this F2 is above 100, then the commission is 30%, that is 0.3. So you will multiply profit with 0.3, which is the true value. If this condition is true, that profit is above 100, then commission will be 30%. Otherwise, if the profit is below 100, then that person will get the commission of 10% only. So I'll click enter. So this person is getting the 10% commission, and this is how the commission, the different commission for different profit has been calculated. So you can see if the profit is above 100, the commission will be 30%. If the profit is below 100, the commission is 10%. Okay. You do not need to have any referencing here because you are just putting it downward. So it will be relative referencing only. This is how the if function works. You can have the good, bad, or anything written. You can have many other formulas inside it. You can have the count formula. You can have the sum function as well inside a function. Inside a function, you can have a other function as well. So this is the if function we have. Now there are many more functions and formulas which you can see here from here. The text function, the date and time. The date and time function will give you the number of days between the weekdays, the time, seconds, the today's date, and many things. Then we have the text function if we want to find something, if we want to exactly have something that it is true or not, then exact is given or not. We can have the logical test, which is and or not switch. We can have the financial functions and many more functions we have, which you can see from here. You can just go to this bar. You can go to insert function and also select the function from here. Suppose I want to have in date and time or in logical function, I want to find the function of if. I'll just click if and I can see that if is here. Okay. Now in this if function, we have only one criteria that we have applied. We have if s function as well, like we had the sum ifs and average ifs. We have the ifs as well, which we can have more than one criteria. So whenever we are applying a function without s, it will be only one condition. In if we are having more than one condition, we can apply if s. Okay. So this is about the functions and formulas. All the functions and formulas you can see from here. Like if there is an if function, you can go to the function bar and see from here that this is the if function written over here. Similarly for, okay. But before going to that bar, just remember that you do not move anywhere inside the function. Otherwise, it will be like if I go to this function and I'm here and I select this, so it will be like it can be moved to other. So before going to any other thing, just press enter and then move here and there. So this is about the Excel. You can have many charts from it to organize the data. We can have insert. In the insert option, we have the charts. You can see there are many charts. These are the recommended charts which are given to you. This is the line chart. This is the clustered column. Or you can have many other charts as well, like you can have the scatter diagram or bubble chart, which is basically a relation between two things. You can have a bar chart or histogram. You can have a tree map. You can have a 2D column chart, which is again a bar chart. Now, if I talk about the chart and the sparklines, the chart is basically when it is on the very big area. But if I want a small bar or small chart beside this one column or row, like for this column, if I want to see the trend, that how is it going, then I can have these sparklines. Sparklines will be helpful if we want it inside one cell only. In one cell, we can have these sparklines. If I have another functions as well, if you want to know, we have the functions like the count function. I told you the count function will give you, like if I say count the number of, you can say days or items. So this is just a normal count function. But if I say you want to count the count with condition, then in this also we have the count if function available. For COUNTIF function, what we can have? You can have COUNTIF function, which will count the within the range. Within the range means if I apply COUNTIF function, it will be, suppose in this data, I want to count the number of days or number of day shifts, let me write it here. If I want to count the number of day shift, only day shift of both the persons, then how can I do? Is equals to count if, then your range is, this is your range that you have to, day and night is written in this range, and then you want it to be comma, your criteria is that it is a night. Your criteria is that it is a night shift. So 44 are the night shift of both. This is for both person. Now, if I have to count the number of night shift for Jacob only, so what I'll do, count if S. The count if S is criteria range 1 is this. This is your criteria range 1. Then comma, your criteria 1 is night. Then again comma, your criteria 2 is this range, which is of the Ben and Jacob is written. Then again comma, and your criteria 2 is Jacob. So now enter, only 17 are the night shift of Jacob in both the months. So 17 shifts are of Jacob. Total night are 44. And for Ben, if I have to calculate that, I can also do with count if S. So whenever we are having the if function, with only if, we can have only one criteria, and with if S, we can have the more than one criteria. For if S, whether it is sum if, whether it is sum if, whether it is count if, whether it is average if, whether it is normal if, all these will count the only single criteria. This is for the single criteria. For more than one criteria or condition, you can say, for more than one condition, you need the if S. It can be sum if S. It can be average if S. It can be count if S. Or it can be if S. So these are the functions and formulas Always remember, it will only start with is equal to sign. Without is equal to sign, nothing will work in the functions and formulas. If you are referring to any particular cell, like in this, I have the absolute referencing, which is starting with dollar. Any of these cells, suppose G, then again dollar, and the row number like 2. So this is the absolute referencing. The referencing, if you want to fix any cell, it will get fixed with the dollar sign. If you want any row to be fixed, it will get fixed with the dollar sign before the number of the row. If I only do with $2, it will fix this row. If I only apply dollar before G and remove dollar before 2, it will only fix this G row. This is how the referencing works. You can work on more than one worksheet. All these sheets are the worksheets. These are the worksheets, and workbook is the combination of worksheets. Workbook is the combination of worksheets. Okay. And you can also protect your worksheet, or you can also protect your workbook. You can protect your worksheet, you can protect your workbook, which will not allow anyone else to open that workbook or worksheet without your consent. You can have your password on that. Under the data tab, you have all the things which will be see how to get the data real time, how to do the analysis of data, and all other things. When we have the real time data, under the review tab, we have the protect sheet and protect workbook option. So this is all about the normal organizing and using the formulas and functions. In the view bar under zoom, you have 100% zoom, you have zoom to selection. Suppose I want to see this and present it to you or anyone else, I'll go to this cell to view and then zoom to selection, which will give me this much zoom to -2 to 6. The normal zoom will allow us to zoom to normal things. If I again zoom in and go to view, the normal zoom will ask how much zoom do you want. But if I want that selection, the thing I want to show you, that will be through zoom to selection. If I have to freeze the things, like I want to freeze the top row, or if you want to freeze the top 2 rows. Suppose you have data, suppose, okay, there is one more thing. If you have to add one more row or column, then you will select the row. Suppose I want to have one more row above this, you will select this row and just press Ctrl Shift plus, which will give you 2 rows. Now, suppose I want to merge it, you will just go to home and merge in center. You can write anything in this, suppose workbook. And now I want to freeze the top 2 rows. I'll go to the cell above which I want to freeze the rows. I will go to this cell, that is 1722, and go to view and freeze panes normally. It has freezed all the above two rows. If I want to freeze two columns, so the freezing basically works when I am on this, if I am on this cell that I have selected, which is written night. If I'm on this cell and I'm freezing the panes, it will freeze all the rows above this cell and all the columns to the left of this cell. Like if I am the night cell and I go to view and I freeze the pane, first of all I unfreeze and then I freeze the panes, it has freezed all the data above this night and all the data left to this night. This is how the freezing is happen. You can unfreeze it at any of the time. Okay, this is all about the organizing the data and about the formulas and functions. We will apply these and do the analysis of the of all these in the real-time data now. And after, let's say 5 to 7 minutes, we'll meet again. And in that session, I want that you should have your laptops or your iPads or whatever with you, so that you can also have a look on how to have the real-time data and work with that. Okay, so let's meet after 5 to 7 minutes. Let's meet at 1:05 now. Until then, you can have your laptops so that we can have a hands on the real-time data. Hello everyone, welcome back. Okay, now till now we have seen that how we can organize the data in the Excel, how we can format the data by custom formatting, highlight the cells with conditional formatting, we can sort the data, and how we can apply the functions and formulas. And there are very basic formulas and functions that we have seen for average, sum, if, and everything. Now, but this is all in the data that is a very, I think, small also. Although the data is not that small, but if we want to have it in the real time data, first of all, you may have got many projects or many reports regarding the real time data in which you have to work with the real time data. So what all you can do with the real time data, all these things, but how to get the real time data. So first thing, you can have it from the directly from the website or the web page in which the Excel files are available. Like if I give you an example, let me share my screen. And this is the data. Basically, what happens is we normally do not get a data that we normally type the data on real-time data or any of the topic, but there is a website like if I say the World Bank, we just go to the World Bank website, open the website, we just go to the World Bank website, open the website, and then under this website we have all these things in which we can find the data by going to the understanding poverty. Under this tab, there are many things about the World Bank here, but if we go to the understanding poverty, open data. This is open data. So you can open your data by the country name or by indicator. What does that mean? Suppose you want only for India, that there is a data which is available only for India over the years, like it is from 19 or 1800 something to till today or the last report, which is 22 or 23. This is for India only or for any one country, like for Afghanistan only, for country wise. And if you want it by indicator, okay, let me first go to open data. Let us see what we can find here. So this is the country wise. You want to browse by country or you want to browse by indicator. Indicator actually is the variable. Like you want the data on GDP, you want the data on education, any variable of education, like enrollments, any variable on health, like birth rate, death rate, anything. But if you search by indicator, you will get the data of all the countries year wise for all the countries and year wise data for that particular indicator, But if you search by a country, you will get the data for that one country year wise for different indicators. Suppose now I search by country. I want only one country. So these are the country names. Let's suppose I want it only for India. So I go to countries and go to India. Again, let me show you what I have done. I have go to World Bank site. On the World Bank site, we have understanding poverty. Under understanding poverty, we have open data. We will open data and then you can see here browse by country or indicator. So it will be browsed by country, and then I'll go to India. Now for India, I can have indicators and I can have many other things. Like this is the indicator: poverty headcount ratio, life expectancy at birth, population growth, net migration, human capital index. These are the economic indicators. This is the GDP, GDP per capita. All these things are there. You can have it at constant current rates, inflation, environment indicators. All these are the indicators. Suppose I want the life expectancy at birth total. What I have done, after going to India, after I have selected India, this is the overview of the India. You can either download the Excel file, which will give you all the indicators in that one Excel file, which will be a very big data. But if you want to have it by the indicator, you can just, for example, I want the life expectancy. I'll click on life expectancy. This is the chart which has been analyzed by the World Bank, which is saying that life expectancy is increasing. This is saying that life expectancy at birth is increasing. Now I can download the Excel file. This is the download option, which is saying Excel file from it. The file has been downloaded. I can just open it and it will open my file. Just give me a minute. I'm admitting the students in waiting room. Okay. So yes, sometimes the file says that we cannot open it due to some issue or something, but then you can have okay, yes. So my data is this. No, this is my previous data that I have saved. Let's say, just a minute, I'm opening my data. This is my data. In this, you have 3 sheets, which is giving you the data. This is the data. And then the metadata countries, because we have only this is the countries and this is the metadata indicators. So let's see, we have to just see about the data. This is year-wise data. The indicator is life expectancy at birth, total years. This is about the different countries. But if we want to have about the only India, what we can do, I'm again sharing it. We can back and then we can have it with the India only. We can download this file, Excel file. This is for the India only, in which we have India as our country. So if I now open it, it is now opened like this. This is for India. This sheet is for India for different indicators. As you can see in the data, the country is only India, and the indicators are prevalence of severe food insecurity in population, international migrant stock, net migration, unemployment, share of youth not in education and everything. So this is of the India data related to the different variables related to the different years. This is the very big data. Now, how we can organize this data? We have downloaded this data from the World Bank. We have gone to the World Bank site. In the World Bank, under poverty, we have open data. Under open data, we have the country wise or indicator wise. If we go to country wise, we'll select India, and then from the right hand side, we'll just download the Excel file. And if we want the indicator wise, we can have the indicators. Like if I have shown you, this is the data indicator wise, in which we have only one indicator, life expectancy at birth, for different countries. Now let's see, for only one indicator, how we can organize and like manage this data, because this is a very big data. How we will read it or what? So what we can do, first of all, after downloading the file and opening it, if the file is not opening and saying that the file cannot be opened in the protected view, you can again go to the download section or the location where you have saved it, the folder, open the folder, and in that case, the folder will open. Sometimes it is the case that in a single time, the protected files are not opened. But if you go to the folder again, it will get open. You will just enable editing here. Now you can edit your data. First of all, because we know that indicator is life expectancy at birth only. So we can just copy this down, indicator, and put it above with merging all the cells. Like I can select the 3 rows. I can select the 3 rows and merge it. Go to home, merge in center. Okay. And you can just write it here, what you have copied. Okay, I'm sorry. This is copy and this is paste. This has been pasted in the merge. Now we can remove these 2 columns as the indicator is same. We can just remove these 2 columns. I told you that only deleting will delete the contents in the cell. So for deleting the columns, we will go to home, delete and delete cells, which will delete those 2 cells. Now for the country codes, I can shift it to this much width, and for above, we can just merge these 3. Control Shift arrow and Control Shift. Just a minute. Control Shift side arrow and home, merge. Okay. This is how we have merged the data, or you can also remove the above 2 rows if you want. Okay. The very first thing is that just delete all the things that you do not want to keep. Or you can merge it or you can delete it. So this is country name. This is country code. This is the 1960s. This data is from 1960 till 2022 or 2023. So if we need data from 1960, you can keep it. But if we need data from 2000 only, then you can select your rows till 2000. Just select it 1999 and go to home, delete and delete cells. Now you got the data from 2000 to 2022. I think the data for 2022 is not yet being collected. So it's all empty. So you can delete this also. Just delete. Okay. Now this is like a little bit more, not that complicated. Everything is under control, but now you can make it bold and you can also convert it into a table. You can just select the row home. You can change the bold. You can change the size. You can also make the table from it. And this is the data that now it looks like. Okay. Now what we have to do with this data? First of all, the basic analysis, the basic organizing. The basic organizing can be now the countries are in the ascending order. That means alphabetically ye countries are in alphabetical order. If I want to sum all the life expectancy total, or I want to have the average life expectancy of 2000 and analyze that, what I can do, I can just calculate the average of 2000. But before that, there are many decimals I can see in this. So I can just convert these decimals into the approximate numbers so that it is easy for us to see this data. Go select Control 1. Number, just go to 0. And this is the value that we have got. The approximate life expectancies of each country year-wise. Okay. Now, if I want to average the life expectancy year-wise, let's say I want to do it year-wise. What can we do? We just move towards the down. And here I'll write the formula or the function average. And then just select Control Shift above all the things. Then again Control Shift above, above, above. The blank cells are being considered as like something. So this is the average life expectancy in 2000. So I can just write average. Now I can drag it or I can just fill it like this. So it will be all the life expectancies you can have year-wise. Okay. Now, if I want the average life expectancy of each country in all the years. So I will just write the average here. And again, put the same formula is equals to average and select the numbers from here. Control Shift arrow and enter. Now I can just drag it down. This div 0 means that country or the value for that country is not available right now. Okay. So these are the average for all the countries. Now, if I want to have something like highlighting things or something, so we can highlight the cells or the rows. If I want to highlight the cells, that is very easy. I can just select this, go to home, conditional formatting, and highlight cells rule greater than or less than. But what if I want to have selection with that country? Dekho, what happens is if I select or highlight, suppose I have highlighted this, that I want to know which country is having life expectancy below 60 years. If I want to know which country is having life expectancy below 60 years, so I will here write 60 years and get highlighted by red color. But in this, as you can see, that this is 58, suppose this is the average. Now you have to all scroll down to this, and with the arrows and all, you have to see which country is having this. But instead of doing this, what we'll do, we will highlight all the rows. So what we'll do, we'll select our data without the headers. We'll select our data without the headers. We have selected the data without headers. And now we will move to home, conditional formatting, new rule, use a formula to determine, because we want to have a new formula, is equal to, formula always start with is equals to. Now which number we want? We want this average. This average will remove $2 from the 2 because this will fix our cell. So we are removing dollar from 2, is less than 60. Formatting we want is in, suppose we want to fill the color very light blue. Okay and okay. So the rows are being highlighted. Now you can easily see that these all countries are having average life expectancy less than 60. All these countries are having average life expectancy less than 60. Okay, I have mistakenly selected this average also. You can skip this. Okay, this is how it is being done. Okay, my screen is frozen. Someone is saying, let me again share my screen. Is it now visible? You can just write on your chart. I'll tell you again what we have done. Okay, we have highlighted the rows. If we highlight with the help of conditional formatting normally, let me just undo it. Let's not do undo. If I want to highlight the columns, let's see the columns here, the year wise. Okay, let's see if I want to highlight the years in which the average life expectancy is below 70, or you can say 69, because in very less years we have below 70. Yes, let's see, below 70 we have to highlight those cells. So we will go to home. What we will do, we will just select this, we'll go to home, we'll go to conditional formatting, highlight cell rules, less than, or let's say greater than 69. So what it will do, it will just highlight the rules, highlight the cells. And for this, we have to scroll up. We have to scroll up to see which is having more than 69, which is having less than 69, right? But what if I highlight it with the help of new rule? For that, we first have to select our data. We will first select our data from very beginning to end. Let's select it. And I'm doing it country-wise only here. Home, conditional formatting. Let's clear first all the rules. Clear rules from entire sheet. I have cleared all the rules. Then home, conditional formatting, new rule. The new rule, you will use a formula. You will create your own formula. For the formula, it will start with is equals to. You will select this cell because you want average to be highlighted. We will remove dollar from 2 to have a mixed referencing is less than 60. Is less than 60. How you want to format? You want to format it in the blue color, very light blue color. So now click OK. All the rows with less than 60 has been highlighted. So you can now, you do not need to scroll here and there to see. You can just see from it that if it is blue, that means this country is having a life expectancy, average life expectancy rate less than 60. Similarly, you can do for year wise if you want that in 2010 or the decade wise or something, you can do that. So this is the organizing or highlighting the things by conditional formatting. In this type of data, we do not need any currency or something. We have just removed the decimals. Here you can see this is 73.569. This number is actually this, but we have, with the help of formatting, converted it into the estimated number, which is 74. Okay. Now, if we, what else we can do in this formatting? We can have, let's say, home. And first of all, let's freeze it because freezing will help in the, I'll go to this cell because above it the country code 2000, 2001 we want to freeze, and on the left of it is the country code and the country name that we want to freeze. We will go to view, freeze panes and freeze panes. So now if we move to the left or right, we can see anything like this. Okay. This is the use of freezing panes. We have freeze the panes to see our data accurately. You can just decrease the size and also wrap it up. You can now, if I want that I will have the total decade wise, like from 2000 to 2010, and then from 2010 to 2000. You will first have to add the row with the 2020 and 2010, right? In this 2000 to 2001, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, we will have a total here. We will just select this, Control Shift and plus, we'll add a row in this. And again, we will have a 2020, Control Shift plus. This is the decade total. Now you can sum it over here. You can sum it over here, the total of the, or the average of the life expectancy, because this is life expectancy. Total is not what is needed. We only need the average. And the one more thing, if you do not want to do it like this, but you can do it without adding the rows, you can go to the data tab. In this, there is an option of outline. In this outline option, you have subtotal, ungroup, and group. This helps in grouping the data. If we go to the subtotal, The subtotal will give us the subtotal of the things that we need. This is at each change in country name. No, we do not need that. We just need use function average, add subtotal to where I can see that. Okay, this has happened otherwise. We'll first group it like what we can do is, if we have a data in here 2010, we will just make a row here and put a formula here of something that is average. Number 1, number 2, we'll select the data. Like this. And then we will press enter. This is the average. We'll just fill it all. So now we can group it like, you will go to the home, not home, data, group, and you will group the row columns only, and okay. So this is the grouping. This you can hide or show yourself that what is being happening. If you do not want to show the average, you can hide it. If you want to show the average, you can show it with this plus and minus sign. This is the outline or the grouping and subtotaling. You can also ungroup it. You want to ungroup the columns that we have grouped earlier, so you can ungroup it as well. Okay. So this is the data. Now coming to the analysis. Let me just remove this. We'll go to home, delete, undelete whole cell. Now in the analysis part, what we can have with analysis as, we can have analysis with ourselves with the help of the functions and formulas, like analysis is equals to average as we have calculated, is equals to if, is equals to sum, is equals to median. We can have our own functions and formulas, or we can have a tool pack for the data analysis that has been not already added by default in this. We have to add that with our own in this Excel. By default, we do not have the data analysis tab. For right now, if we want to analysis, we can have it with is equals to sum, is equals to average, and that we have studied in the functions and formulas. We want to have percentage. This is the data of the life expectancy. So we cannot have any more than this. I have another sheet in which I have the data related to the GDP of the country. You can see this. Let me share my screen now again.
Bhumika ma'am,
Hanji ma'am.
sorry to interrupt you. I said ki students have, with you from the last 3 hours. So can we have a lunch break for you as well as for students?
Yes, ma'am, sure.
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 So let's have a 1 hour lunch break. So I'll tell the IT people to stop the recording, right? So we can continue the data analysis from this after the lunch break. So can we start at, it's 1:45. So we'll start at 2:45. Right,
Okay,
ma'am?
ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Sure.
Thank you so very much, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am.
Let me
Thank you, ma'am.
just call the IT people to. Should I call the IT people?
Yes, ma'am. Sure.
Just a minute. Let me. I think students are here. Let me.
मैम रिकॉर्डिंग स्टार्ट कर दी है, यू कैन स्टार्ट मैम.
All right.
Okay. Hello, students. Has everyone joined the meeting? Okay, so let us see. We were on this sheet, right? Okay, so what we were doing is we have to continue with the analysis part. So first of all, let us see that if I want to know about the growth rate or something related to how this has changed from 2000 to 2001 to 2002 to 2003. Although these are the estimated numbers, but actual numbers will be what are considered in the functions cell. Okay. So let us see how we can do. We can apply the relative referencing here. How? Just a minute. Just give me a minute. I'm just removing. Okay, so now if I want to see what will be the growth rate for each year, or you can say year-wise. The change year-wise. So for that, what we can do is we will normally apply is equal to, and then this is our 2001 to 2000. We want to see it from 2001 to 2000. So apply this 2001, select, then minus, then this, and then this whole will get divided by the previous. That is how we get the change in the values. This whole will get divided by the previous, which is this only, right? And then we'll press enter. It is coming out to be 0.00. We have not done it in the form of percentage, so we can convert it into percentage. But before that, we have to apply some referencing here. How we can apply the referencing here? We are talking about the country, Aruba country, with the country code ABW, that how in this country the life expectancy rates has changed over the years. So we want to fix the row 2. We want that row 2 should be fixed and the columns should change. So what we can do, we can just fix our row. That is, we will add $sign here. And in this also, we will add $sign before the row numbers. and then enter. This is what we have done. Now we can, if we move it down, it will be, you can see that this is for D2 minus C2 divided by C2. Okay, it is going as, because columns are not, we are dragging it down. If we drag it in this manner, it will get changed from 2011 to 2002 to 2001, from 2003 to 2002, from 2004 to 2003. So this is basically for the country. I can write it over here by merging it. For country Aruba year-wise. This is for 2001, 2002, 2003, 2004, 5 and all. So you can just drag it down to know everything till here, and we can convert this into percentage. We can just convert it into the percentage, like 0%, because if we convert it into percentage, it will get estimated. Let's keep it into the general, because there is very minute differences. Like I can see that this is 75.7 and this is 76.2. So there are very minute difference between these. So this is how you can find the, if you have GDP or if you have anything, you can find the growth of that thing year-wise or country-wise. Okay, now there is one thing, that how you can have the subtotals of the decades of the like each decade, or of the countries which are related to Asia, which are related to Asian countries, South Asian countries, like that. How we can do that? We can do that with the help of this subtotal. We have in data outline subtotal, but before we do any subtotal, we need the group. Like if I show you my previous sheet that we were doing related to the Jacob and Ben Valley sheet, the shift, timings and sales, in that we have the groupings, like the all values are related to Jacob, night shifts, we have many values. So for this, either we have to add the quarters, like I can add here the quarters. If I say this is 2001, I can just add a row here and write it as Q1. This is quarter one, or you can say decade one. This is decade one, and all these are the decades 1 till 2010. And then we have the decade 2 till 2020. We have made this grouping related to decade. Now we can have the subtotals, because we have decades and we have the decades 2 here. Now what we will do, we will just select all the data. We will just select all the data and go to home. Sorry, go to data, and in that we have the subtotal. Let's do it for this first. Go to data, then subtotal. I think there is an issue here. This was happening before when I told you about that. Yeah, it is there. So now we can see that what we have to add on. This is according to the year wise, which year we want to add, which year you want to use the function to, and at each change in. That means if it is country name, country code, 2000, 2001, 2, 3, it is in the form of the rows. It is saying that whether I want the sum or that function or average to be after this row, or to be after this row, or to be after this row. So when we select that after 2003, it will add all the things of the 2003 and then add it after 2003. This is all about the groupings. Let me just remove it from there and show you in the, I'll show it in you in the that sheet which we had in the Jacob and that production sheet. Let me open that sheet. Yeah. So I just copied in the one of the sheet in this workbook only. So what I will do is we will just first sort it out and group it on. We'll select everything, go to the home function, then sort and filter. You can have this and sort A to Z. So now if we want it a total of all the day, or if I want it all the total of Ben first. So what I'll do, I'll go to this and select the data and go to data tab and then subtotal. Now in the subtotal, we want at each change in sales representative. Like sales representative means this Ben and Jacob. This is the heading of that column. We want at subtotal, we want to subtotal the cost price, for example, and then we want it replace current subtotals, page break between groups, summary below data. Then we will put OK, and then you can say that Ben total is this for the sales price, Jacob total is this, and this is the grand total. So this is how the subtotals work. This we have formed the outline here. If I press this outline, this will only show you this data of Jacob. This is the Jacob total only. If I show it, it will show all the data of Ben and Jacob. If I again minimize it and again minimize it, it will only show us the total of all 3 and height other things in that table. So these are the groupings that has been made with the help of sorting and subtotals. We can also do the custom sort and apply each thing, like for day, for night, for day, for night of Ben and Jacob differently. This is how the things are done. And if you want to remove it, you can go to subtotal, remove all, everything will get removed. I will again show you that how you can do this. We will first select all the, we will first, yes, we have sorted it out, Ben day, Ben night, Jacob day, Jacob night. Then we will select all the data. We will select all data and then go to the data tab, then subtotal. We want it to be sales representative. We want the sum. If you want any other function to be formed, you can do that. Then press OK. It has added this. Now again, if you want to have any other, go to data, subtotal, go to shift. After each shift, it will do the sum. Now it is like this. This is day total. This is night total. This is again day total of Jacob. This is how it has been done for Ben, then Ben night total, and then Jacob day total, and then grand total. If I minimize all things, this is the total of everything. Okay, this is how the groupings are done in our worksheets. Now again, if I open it down and go to our data set, which was this, now the data analysis. Finally, if I come to the data analysis, it will be, in data analysis, we have many things. We can have, in data analysis, we have the descriptive stats. Then we have the regression. Then we have the correlation. Then we have the covariance. Then we have the hypothesis testing and many more. These all are done with the help of data analysis tool pack. For that, you have to add the data analysis tool pack, which you will get from, this is your worksheet. You will go to file, you will go to opt more. If you have options at this level, you can opt that. You have to go to options. Under options, you have add-ins. When you click on add-ins, at the end, you can see manage Excel add-ins. Then click go. Here you can see the add-ins available, which is the analysis tool pack. You have to tick it and click OK. Here you can see in the data that data analysis has been added in your Excel. I am again telling you, you will, in your worksheet, whatever, you can open the blank worksheet, you can open your worksheet. And once you have added the data analysis in that, you will have the data analysis in every worksheet you will open, whether it will be the new worksheet. So now I will go to file, go to files. After going to file, you will have at the end options. At the end, you will find the options. When the options will open, all these things are there. At the end, you will have add-ins, because you have to add in the tool pack. In the add-ins, you have the manage, in which it is written Excel add-ins. Manage Excel add-ins, then go. After go, you will have these. You have to tick the very first analysis tool pack. Click OK. Your tool pack has been created and added in the Excel, which is this data analysis. Now, this data analysis has many functions, because instead of doing each and everything with the function, you can do these things with functions, which we do in the data analysis with is equal to sign, applying the function or the formula. But data analysis will give you the analysis in a tabular form, the whole analysis at a one click. How? Let's see, this is our data analysis tab. If anyone wants me to again tell you where you can add in the data analysis, please let me know in the chat section. Okay. So in this analysis tools, what we all can do is we can perform the ANOVA single factor. We can do the ANOVA two factor with replication. We can do the ANOVA two factor without replication. We can do the correlation, we can do the covariance, we can have the descriptive stats, we can have exponential smoothing, we can perform the F-test, we can have Fourier analysis, we can have histogram, we can have moving average, we can have random number generation, rank, percentile, regression, sampling, and then all the tests related to hypothesis, that is t-test and v-test. All this can be done in the data analysis tool pack. Now, if I have to know the descriptive statistics of this whole sheet, what I can do, I can go to data analysis. I will choose the descriptive statistics and click OK. What I have done, I have gone to data tab, then data analysis that we have added in from our option, then descriptive statistics, then OK. It is asking for the input range. Input range means for what range you have to calculate the descriptive stats. Suppose I want to have the descriptive statistics of 2001. Of 2000 only. So I will just select this cell, sorry, this column till below. Then grouped by, it is saying that whether it is grouped by columns or rows. You can say it is grouped by, there are different rows in it. So you can select this, grouped by rows. Labels in first column, yes, because we have labels in this column. I have selected 2000, that is the heading as well. So I have labels in my first column, and in my table also I want labels. Then I want my output, that is the descriptive statistics on new worksheet, on new workbook, or whether in this worksheet only. If I want it in this worksheet only, I will select the output range, and I have to go to this worksheet. In this worksheet only, I will move here and there. Like if I want it in this cell, I will just select this cell. Right now, I'm doing it in the new worksheet. By default, new worksheet is already selected. Then you will have to select the summary statistics, because we want the summary statistics of this column. We want the summary statistic of this column. We have selected it and click OK. So this is the summary statistic of that column. Summary statistics give us mean, standard error, median, mode, standard deviation, sample variance, kurtosis, skewness, range, minimum, maximum, sum count. All these things we can also do with the help of function. Like we can have is equals to average for the mean. We can have is equals to STDE for standard error, or we can have Median is equals to median, is equals to mode, is equals to standard deviation, sample variance is equals to VAR, kurtosis, skewness, range, minimum, everything we can have with the help of function. But for that, we have to again and again and again apply the functions, again select the things. This data analysis have given us all the things in one table only. Now we know mean is the average. Standard error is how much is mean differing from our sampling, that is our population. Median is also our, that is the central value. Mode is what is repeating again and again. This 73 life expectancy is repeating again and again. Then standard deviation is how much our data is varying from the mean. Sample variance is that only, that tells us the variability in our data. Kurtosis is when it is minus 0.5, it tells us the whether it is the normal distribution or not. It tells us the width of that curve. Skewness tells us whether it is left skewed, whether it is right skewed. Range is the highest minus minimum value. Minimum is the minimum value, maximum is the maximum value. Sum is all the total of that, and count is that we have 260 or 260 countries in our data. Matlab, we have 260 observations. Now, if we want that we will have all the 2000, 2001, 2002 together, we can do that also. We'll go to data. What we can do, we will go to the data analysis, descriptive statistics. Okay. We will select the whole range, like from 2000, just a minute. From 2000 to 2000, whatever we have, 23 or 22 we have. We'll select all data, then we will say it is grouped by the columns, because we have 2000, 2001, 2002 written in separate columns, so that we can have that only. The new worksheet in which we want, this is the summary statistics we want. You can see this. This is the whole data of the countries year-wise. You can remove this again and again if it is repeating. Mean and this. You can delete all these things. This is for 2000. This is for 2001. This is for 2002. So you can see all these things have come together for the descriptive statistics. Similarly, you can have descriptive statistics for country-wise. If we want country-wise, the same way we will select, we can select from the country code only, because we have the country code. So we will select from country code, select whole data. Then in this data only, we will have apply data, data analysis, descriptive stats. Okay. Now we will select the rows, because we want it country wise, that one country ka pura year wise kitna average hoga. Then for second country, what will be the average and some year wise. This will give us the country wise data. Okay, it is saying that it is containing non-numerical data. Let me check with it. Data analysis, descriptive. Okay, rows. Okay. Okay, let me just, this is our data now. Let us just do it D. Okay, this is the selection is somewhat wrong. I think it is from dollar. You can also write it from here. B2, this is from B. Two, and it is going till not X, dollar, X, and the end value is 267. X, dollar, 267. Then yes, labels. Okay. Oh God, what is this? This is my sheet 5. Yes, this is what we have got for each country. This is the data we have got for each country. This is for the first country. This is for the second country. This is for the third country. This is for the fourth country. My data actually got erased. Why? I don't know. Control Z, Control Z. Okay, right. I think I mistakenly pressed delete or something. So this is the country. If my data has some numbers in it, it has been counted here. That this is the mean for that country. This is mean for that country. This is mean for that country. So this is how we have done the descriptive statistics. Now let us see what all we can do with the regression and okay, the regression here means I have this country, India, then I have this. So next thing in our data, if I go to data analysis, next thing we can have is the regression or the correlation. Let's first see the correlation. Correlation is basically telling us the relation between the two variables. It is like correlation coefficient. It tells us about the correlation coefficient, that what it is doing with the two variables. Let me because in this we cannot have any correlation, we cannot relate it with 2000 or 2001, 2002. If you want to do that, you can do that also. But let us see the two variables in which firstly we have, let's say, demand, and secondly, let's say we have the price. So if I have demand, any of the values, and for price we have like this. Okay, so if I want to have the data analysis on this function, on this thing, I will just go to the data tab, data analysis, go to correlation. This is the correlation here, click OK. Now the input range for us is this. This is the input range grouped by columns for labels in first row, new worksheet, or I can select this worksheet as well. Suppose I want it here. I want it here and then click OK. This is what I got as correlation metrics. This is the correlation metrics. This correlation matrix is telling us that the relation between demand and price. See, whenever you are making a correlation, it will give you the correlation matrix like this only, in which we have demand price and demand price like this. This is showing us the relationship between demand and demand, which is not of our use. It will always be one or something. Price and price will also have one, because there is no that change in that. But what is for our reference is this cell, that this is showing us the negative relation between demand and price, which is minus 0.9. So this is the correlation coefficient basically. This is telling us the correlation coefficient, which is minus 0.9, which says that it has negative relationship between demand and price, and it is a very good negative relationship because it is minus 0.9, as the value of correlation coefficient varies from minus 1 to 1. This is how you can have correlation coefficient. The next thing that we can have is the regression. In the regression table, if I have the data analysis, the regression if I have is, this is the regression. Okay. In the regression, we have the two types of variables. See, in this correlation, it is not mandate that it should be independent or dependent. You can have a relationship between any two variables. It is just like when one is increasing, what is happening to other, when other is increasing, what is happening to these other thing. In the regression, we have input y range, because the regression equation is being formed as y is equals to a plus bx. Y is equals to a plus bx, in which y is our dependent variable and x is our independent variable. A is our intercept and B is our slope. So in this, the input y ranges. When we make the demand function looks like that demand is dependent on price. Demand is dependent on price. That means demand is the dependent variable and price is the independent variable. So we will select an input y range as this demand, and input x range, which is the independent variable, is price. Now we will tick the labels because our data has labels in it, demand and price. We will tick the new worksheet, because, or we can have the output range. Suppose I want it here only with this workbook only, and then we will click the output range and then okay. This is the regression summary output that we have got. This is the regression output summary that we have got. Now, what does all these things mean? In the regression statistics, the multiple R means that R is the relation only, which is this 0.91. R, this is the correlation coefficient only. This is the correlation coefficient. R square tells us that how much independent variable is explaining the dependent variable. R square tells us that how much percentage, by percentage, the independent variable is explaining us the dependent variable. This is the R square. This is the explained variable, you can say. Then is the adjusted R square. The adjusted R square is used Suppose if I add here with demand the income, the demand is also dependent on income, right? If I add income here and add the variables any, so, and now form the another table. Now form the another table, data analysis. Then again the regression, okay. Now the input Y range is this only, input X range. Now our X variables has been increased by 2 columns. And then all is same. Instead of A7, we want it in this table D9 and click OK. Okay, it is saying that it will overwrite. So let us take it as another output range here. Let us take it here. Okay. So this is the thing that we have got. Okay. ये नीचे बहुत ज़्यादा expanded है, इसलिए वो उसने बोला था मुझे. ठीक है, no issue. Now in this you can see when we have added the income in this, the adjusted R square has become 1. And when we have the price in it, the adjusted R square is 0.76. That means that when we add the income, our model is becoming more good. Our model is becoming more good. That means we should have income in our model. This income is making our model more good and it is a good fit. This is the use of adjusted R square. Then standard error is how much our good fit line is away from this line that is being made. We have the regression line and how much that line is away from the good fit line is told by the standard error. Then observations, we have 4. This is all about the regression statistics. This is about the regression statistics. Then this is the ANOVA, in which we have degrees of freedom for regression, for residual, and for total degrees of freedom. Then we have the sum of squares, that is SS. Then we have the mean of squares, that is MS. Then we have the F statistic. The F statistic is basically the test, which is telling us about the whether we should have accepted it or not rejected it. Then we have the significant F, what should it be? Then it is the coefficients, intercept or price ke coefficients. Like in the regression function, we have that we can make the regression line from this, that intercept is this and for price is this. So our line will look like that demand will be is equals to 64.77 minus, because it is okay. If I firstly write plus, then minus, plus minus 1.75 into price. This is our regression line in which this 64.77 is the intercept coefficient. 1.75 is our price coefficient, which is the slope coefficient. This is demand is the dependent and price is independent. So this is the regression equation which we have formed from this coefficients. These are the standard errors for the intercept and price. These are the T statistics. These are the P value, and this is the lower 95% confidence interval. So this all is the regression. This all is about the regression. Now also we can check the hypothesis from this data analysis only. For that we need some hypothesis. The hypothesis is the assumptions. If I talk in the very general language, it is these are the assumptions in the research. When you are saying that the mean of the two datas are significantly different, or there is no relationship between the two datas, there is relationship between the two datas. So these all are the hypotheses related to your research. Now it depends on your research question and research objectives. That's what you are making. According to that, you will make the hypothesis. With that hypothesis, you will decide which test you have to perform, whether you have to do the t-test, whether you have to do the z-test, whether you have to do the chi-square, whether you have to do the ANOVA, whether you have to do the f-test or what. So this all depends on your hypothesis and your objectives. But if you are doing it in the Excel, in the data tab only, after having your data entered in the Excel sheet in the tabular form or something, you can go to data analysis tool pack, in which you can find this ANOVA, this f-test, the t-test, the z-test, all these are in the data analysis tool pack. This is about the data analysis tool pack that we have added from the files, options, add-ins. Then in add-ins at the end, we have manage, then go, take the analysis tool pack. Okay, you will get your data in the data analysis tool pack. This is the data analysis. Now, there are things that you can have the pivot table from here. You can have the pivot table from table or range from external data source. Or I was telling you about that how you can get your data from another sheets or another web pages. Not like I have gone to the World Bank and directly downloaded the Excel sheet. What if the data is not present in the Excel sheet in that website? You can go to the data in your Excel sheet. You can go to data, then get data. There is a get data. You can have it from any of the file from your Excel workbook only. Like suppose being an employee in any company, you are having sales data and production data and the different data in different workbooks, and you want to compile all those data in this Excel in one workbook only. So how you can do it? You can do it from, you will get your data from file from Excel workbook. Now from here, you will select the Excel workbook from which you want your data to be imported to this file. This is the all the files you can see here. From this, you can have your data in this file. Or you can go to data, get data, or any database if you have, like from SQL database server, from Microsoft Excel, from analysis or anything, from other sources. It can be from table or range. Might be you have some table or range in your PC or in your laptop already saved. From web, if you are doing it from web, you need to have the URL of that website. Suppose you go to any of the website in which you can see the table there. You can have the table over there. So you can put the URL of that web page in this. Click OK. After clicking OK, let me go. Let me have the access to that. Let's see. I'm having the data from WHO. Now this is the this URL I have copied from there. I'll come to this, go to data. You can have this from web here also, or you can have get data from other resources from web as well. You will have the URL. This is the basic URL. OK. After clicking OK, you will see this as, and you will now connect with that website. This is establishing a connection. This is how your dialog box will now view. This is the web view. This is the web view from where I am having the data. This is like, in this maybe there is a table, in that there is a table. These all are the like causes only. Many jaldi se I have already taken it. These are not, let's say, injuries we have. Now we can have the table view. We can see this and this. This is the table view only, because on that web page, maybe there are no such tables which we can have as a data. So this is how you can have your data from the web page. If in this web view, you can see that there is a table here at the non-communicable diseases part. So you can see that this is the data that you want. You can just click on it, and then you can have a table view of that. And then you can click on here, which is this load. Then your data will get loaded in this web, in this workbook. Or you can have your data from any other things as well. Existing connections means that you have connected more than one worksheet with this. If you are changing in this worksheet, then that worksheet will also get changed. This is the connections. So this is how all the things in the Excel works. There are many more things that we can do with the Excel. You can go to the data tab. You can, you can go to the review tab. Yes, I have already told you about the protecting the workbooks and protecting the worksheets. Now you can share your worksheet through this. When you are sharing your worksheets or workbooks through this share option in the file, here you can share your, like if I click it with share with people. Here I can send invitation and get sharing link, or I can send it through the email. By this sharing option, suppose I am sharing with the people. Let's say any of the invite people, I can have it here, any invite people, and then I will get a sharing link. I can also get a sharing link and send it through the WhatsApp or something. Now, what this sharing will help? This sharing will help the people who have this worksheet access. Like if I have shared this with any of the faculty, then this sheet, if that faculty will change in this sheet, this will get automatically changed in my sheet. It is like the online sharing of the sheets, the real-time sharing of the sheets, that what happens in this sheet will get changed everywhere else. The local sharing like works. So this is the better way to share the worksheets instead of saving it and sharing it on the WhatsApp or something. You can have the link sharing, which will help you get the data more efficiently and get your work completed at time without any more efforts. So this is all about the data analysis hands-on. And if you now have any doubts, you can ask on chat. Otherwise, we can have the assessment and feedback session.
So I hope we are done with the session.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So students have a wonderful session. They got, hands-on experience of handling the data cleaning and sorting and applying formulas and function and doing the data analysis using the Excel. So thank you very much, Bhumika, for the wonderful session. So to assess the outcome for the session, we have, assessment plan for the Excel session held by Bhumika ma'am. So Bhumika ma'am will share the link for the assessment in the chat box, and from 4 to 5, the students can go in for the assessment. And after that, ma'am will share the results with us, right?
Yes,
And
ma'am.
students, as you all know, that your certificates will be based on your attendance and your assessment for the all the 5 days. So all the very best, dear students. Ma'am, could you please share the link in the chat box? And in the meantime, I'll tell the IT persons to pause the recording for the day. First,
Yes,
you just chat in chat box, just you paste the link and we'll ask from the student whether it is working or not.
yes, ma'am. I'm just
Right?
pasting. Okay, ma'am. I'm just pasting it.
Then I'll.
Yes, I have sent it. You can check it
Yes,
once.
let me ask the students to check for the link. Yes, who can anyone check the link, or should I ask others?
Yes, ma'am. One student has answered that yes, it's working.
It's working?
Yes, ma'am. It's
All
working.
right, fine. So
Right.
let me call the IT person to wind up the session for the day. जी सर, सेशन वाइंड अप कर सकते हैं आप, बच्चों का असेसमेंट टाइम. हाँ जी, रिकॉर्डिंग क्लोज. Dear students, those who are done with the assessment, after the assessment, you can post that done and then you can leave, right? You can leave the session only after the assessment. The moment you are done, write in the chat box that you are done with the assessment, and after that you can leave the session.